dear traveler, to a journey unlike any other. A tale of ancient magic, fierce battles, and the unyielding courage of heroes who faced the darkness to save their world. Over the next hour, you will be transported to the mystical realm of Illyria, where the balance of life itself hangs by a thread. This epic story, told in 7 captivating parts, follows the quest to restore the eternal flame, the very heart of the world, as our heroes confront the malevolent sorcerer Morvath, whose dark power threatens to engulf all that is good and pure. As you prepare to embark on this adventure, we invite you to immerse yourself fully. Please take a moment to subscribe to our channel, activate the notification bell, and join the conversation in the comments below. Your support is the flame that keeps our stories burning bright. So don't forget to like this video and share it with others who love epic tales of heroism and magic. Now, find a quiet place, put on your headphones, and let yourself be carried away by the words and images that will unfold before you. Breathe deeply, relax, and let your imagination take flight as we guide you through the enchanted world of Illyria. Watch closely as the story comes to life, and allow yourself to be drawn into the vivid landscapes and the epic struggle that lies at the heart of the covenant of the eternal flame. The journey is about to begin, and it promises to be an hour of wonder, adventure, and unforgettable storytelling. The Covenant of the Eternal Flame. Part 1. The Gathering Storm. In the ancient realm of Illyria, where time seemed to move with the slow, deliberate grace of the gods themselves, 4 mighty kingdoms stood in harmonious balance. These kingdoms, each tied to a primal element: fire, water, earth, and air, had for centuries maintained a fragile peace. At the heart of this peace was the eternal flame, a mystical force that bound the elements together, ensuring that no single kingdom could dominate the others. The flame, divided into 4 fragments, was entrusted to each kingdom, a covenant of unity and power. But peace, as history has often shown, is a delicate thing, easily shattered by the ambitions of mortals. The Kingdom of Embers, governed by the ruthless yet charismatic King Theron, was a land of searing heat and blazing deserts. Its people were as fierce as the flames they revered, their spirits unyielding and their hearts burning with a desire for conquest. It was here, in the great citadel of Pyros, that the first piece of the eternal flame was kept, a shard of unimaginable power that fueled the kingdom's dominance. Theron, however, was not content. The king, driven by a vision of an empire that would span the entirety of Illyria, began to harbor dark thoughts. Why should Embers share its might with the lesser kingdoms? Why should the flame, a source of such unrivaled strength, be divided? And so, the storm began to gather. In the deep, moonless night, under the watchful gaze of the stars, a shadowy figure slipped through the gates of Pyros. Cloaked in darkness, the figure moved with the silent grace of a predator, unseen by the sentinels who stood guard. Within the sanctum of the flame, the figure paused, gazing at the shard that flickered with an otherworldly light, a light that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the world itself. A hand reached out, and in a single, fluid motion, the shard was taken. The theft was discovered at dawn. The kingdom erupted in chaos, the once unshakable faith of the people crumbling as word spread like wildfire. Someone had stolen the flame. King Theron, his fury as hot as the deserts of Embers, vowed to hunt down the thief and reclaim what was his. But even as he swore his vengeance, a seed of doubt was planted in his heart. Who could have breached the sacred vault? Who had the audacity and the power to challenge the might of Embers? Unbeknownst to Theron, the theft was but the first move in a grander, more sinister game. A game that would plunge Illyria into a conflict unlike any it had ever known. Far to the north, in the kingdom of tides, the ocean waves crashed against the cliffs in a symphony of nature's raw power. Here, in the city of Aquarius, the second shard of the eternal flame was kept, guarded by the enigmatic and wise Queen Seraphine. The people of tides were as fluid and adaptable as the waters they commanded. Their society one of harmony and introspection. Queen Seraphine, upon hearing of the theft, was troubled. The balance was beginning to unravel, and with it, the peace that had held the kingdoms together for so long. She knew that the loss of a single shard could have catastrophic consequences. Without the flame's unity, the elemental forces would spiral out of control, wreaking havoc across Illyria. As Seraphine pondered the implications, emissaries from the Kingdom of Stone arrived. The earthbound people of Stone, led by the stalwart King Arik, were known for their resilience and strength. Their shard of the eternal flame was hidden deep within the mountains, protected by the very earth itself. But even the unyielding stone could not prevent the whispers of war from reaching Arik's ears. Arik, ever the pragmatist, saw the theft as a sign, a harbinger of the conflict to come. He sent word to Seraphine, urging her to prepare for the worst. The alliance between stone and tides had been strong for generations, and Arik knew that together they might stand a chance against whatever force sought to destabilize their world. But as the kingdoms began to rally, one by one, there was one force that remained silent: the kingdom of skies, the most elusive and mysterious of them all. Ruled by the ethereal Queen Lunara, Skies was a land of high peaks and endless winds, where the air itself seemed to shimmer with magic. Lunara, with her command of the winds and the storms, was a figure of legend, a being as untouchable as the clouds that swirled around her citadel. Yet, even she could not ignore the tremors that now shook the foundations of Illyria. As the remaining shards of the eternal flame burned brightly in their respective kingdoms, a new and terrifying presence began to make itself known, a dark force that moved through the shadows, feeding on the chaos that had been unleashed. It was a power that had lain dormant for centuries, waiting for the moment when the balance would be broken, when the kingdoms would be weakened by their own fear and mistrust. And now, that moment had come. As the dark clouds gathered on the horizon, each kingdom began to prepare for the inevitable conflict. Armies were raised, alliances forged, and ancient magics awakened. The covenant of the eternal flame, once a symbol of peace, had become a battleground, a prize that all would fight for, but only one could claim. In the heart of this gathering storm, a group of unlikely heroes began to form. A prince burdened by destiny, a queen torn between duty and desire, a warrior seeking redemption, and a sorceress with secrets as old as the world itself. Their paths, though divergent, would converge in a struggle that would determine the fate of Illyria. For the eternal flame was more than just a source of power. It was the heart of the world, the very essence of life itself. And as the shadows lengthened and the darkness grew, the flame's true nature would be revealed, a nature that could either save the world or destroy it, the covenant of the eternal flame. Part 2. The Shattered Alliances. The news of the stolen shard from the Kingdom of Embers spread across Illyria like a wildfire, igniting fear, suspicion, and a deep-seated anxiety among the remaining kingdoms. Each ruler, once a guardian of peace, now grappled with the encroaching darkness in their own way, knowing that the world as they knew it was on the brink of unraveling. In the Kingdom of Tides, Queen Seraphine convened her council in the grand hall of Aquarius. The walls, adorned with shimmering mosaics of underwater scenes, seemed to ripple with the queen's unease. Seraphine stood before her advisors, her long silver hair cascading like a waterfall down her back, her sea-green eyes reflecting the turmoil within her heart. "We cannot ignore what has happened in Embers," she began, her voice steady despite the uncertainty gnawing at her. "The theft of their shard is not just an act of treason. It is an assault on the very balance of our world. We must assume that whoever has taken the flame will come for ours next." Her advisors, a mix of seasoned generals, wise scholars, and cunning diplomats, nodded in agreement. But among them, there was also fear. Fear that their peaceful kingdom, so reliant on the stability of the seas, would be the next target of this unseen threat. General Naida, a warrior whose prowess in battle was matched only by her loyalty to Seraphine, spoke up. "Your Majesty, we must strengthen our defenses. The seas are our greatest ally, but we cannot rely on them alone. If this enemy can breach the sanctum of Embers, they can reach us as well." Seraphine nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. She had always been a queen of peace, guiding her people with wisdom and compassion. But now, faced with the prospect of war, she knew that she had to be more than just a ruler. She had to be a warrior, ready to defend her kingdom against the coming storm. "We will prepare," she said firmly. "Send word to King Arik. We must unite our forces and stand together against this threat. The covenant of the eternal flame must be preserved at all costs." Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Stone, King Arik received Seraphine's message with a grim determination. The rugged landscape of his realm, with its towering mountains and deep valleys, had always been a fortress in itself. But Arik knew that no fortress was impenetrable, not when the enemy could be lurking within. Gathering his most trusted advisors in the Hall of Stone, a vast chamber carved into the heart of the mountains, Arik outlined his strategy. "The Kingdom of Tides stands with us, but we must be ready for anything. Our enemies are not just the other kingdoms. They are the forces that seek to tear us apart from within." His advisors, men and women forged by the harsh realities of their land, listened intently. Arik's leadership had always been grounded in strength and resilience, and now, more than ever, those qualities were needed. "We will fortify our borders, but we will also prepare to move. If the flame is threatened, we must be ready to strike." swiftly and decisively. Our kingdom is built on stone, but stone can crumble. We must not allow that to happen. As Arik spoke, his thoughts turned to the other rulers. Theron, driven by his ambition, was a dangerous man. Seraphine, though wise, might be too trusting in a time when trust could lead to ruin. And Lunara was an enigma, her motives as elusive as the winds she commanded. If they were to survive the coming conflict, they would need to be united. But Arik feared that unity was a dream, slipping further out of reach. In the kingdom of skies, high above the clouds, Queen Lunara gazed out from her citadel. The winds howled around her, carrying with them the whispers of the world below. She had sensed the disturbance long before the messages from the other kingdoms arrived. The balance was tipping, and with it, the very fabric of reality was beginning to fray. Lunara, with her piercing violet eyes and ethereal presence, had always been a figure of mystery. She moved like a wraith through the halls of her castle, her feet barely touching the ground. Many believed she was more spirit than flesh, a being of pure magic who had chosen to rule over the kingdom of skies. But even Lunara, with all her power and foresight, knew that this was a battle she could not fight alone. Summoning her most trusted advisor, the ancient sorcerer Zephyrus, Lunara spoke of the darkness she had felt encroaching upon their world. The flame is in danger, and with it, the fate of Illyria. We must prepare, but we must also be cautious. There are forces at play here that even I do not fully understand. Zephyrus, his long white beard flowing like a river of clouds, nodded thoughtfully. The other kingdoms will soon be at each other's throats, each fearing the other as much as they fear the darkness. If we are to survive, we must find a way to unite them. The flame must not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Lunara agreed, but deep within her, a shadow of doubt began to grow. She had always been a queen of independence, ruling her kingdom with a detachment that bordered on isolation. Now she realized that very detachment could be their undoing. The time had come for the rulers of Illyria to meet, perhaps for the last time before the world was plunged into chaos. As the rulers made their preparations, the group of unlikely heroes began to form. Each kingdom sent forth its champion, warriors and mages, who would represent their people in the coming conflict. They were bound by duty, but also by the knowledge that the future of their world rested on their shoulders. From the kingdom of embers came Prince Kale, a young man of fiery temperament and unyielding resolve. He carried with him the burden of his father's expectations, knowing that his every move would be watched and judged. Kale was driven by a desire to prove himself, to show that he was more than just the heir to a throne. He was a leader in his own right. The Kingdom of Tides sent forth General Nida, a warrior of unparalleled skill and loyalty. She was a woman of few words, but her actions spoke volumes. Nida had dedicated her life to protecting her people, and she would stop at nothing to ensure their safety. Her connection to the sea was deep and unbreakable, and she wielded its power with a grace that belied her formidable strength. From the Kingdom of Stone came the legendary warrior Arik, not the king himself, but a man who had once been his closest friend and advisor. Arik had fought in countless battles, his body marked by the scars of a lifetime of warfare. But beneath his grizzled exterior was a heart that still burned with the desire for justice. He had chosen to join this quest, not out of loyalty to the crown, but out of a belief that the world deserved to be saved. Finally, from the Kingdom of Skies came the enigmatic sorceress Leora, a woman whose beauty was matched only by her power. Leora was a master of the winds, able to bend them to her will with a mere thought. But her true strength lay in her wisdom, a wisdom that had been honed over centuries of study and contemplation. Leora had seen the rise and fall of empires, and she knew that this was a battle that would require more than just brute strength. It would require cunning, strategy, and above all, a deep understanding of the forces at play. As these heroes gathered in the neutral city of Lethar, a place untouched by the conflicts of the past, they found themselves bound by a shared purpose, but also by a deep-seated mistrust. Each had been shaped by their own experiences, their own loyalties, and their own fears. And as they began to discuss their plans, it became clear that unity would be as difficult to achieve as victory itself. Kael, ever the firebrand, was quick to advocate for a direct assault on the forces of darkness. "We cannot afford to wait," he argued. "Every moment we delay gives our enemies more time to strengthen their hold. We must strike now with all the power we can muster." Naida, ever the strategist, countered with a more measured approach. Charging headlong into battle is a sure way to get ourselves killed. We need to gather more information, understand what we're up against, and plan our moves accordingly. Arik, the veteran warrior, agreed with Nida. I've seen too many battles lost because of rash decisions. We need to be smart about this, not just strong. Leora, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke. The flame is more than just a weapon. It is the heart of our world, the source of all life. If we are to protect it, we must first understand it. There are forces at work here that go beyond the physical. We must be prepared to face them. The discussion was tense, but eventually a plan began to take shape. They would start by investigating the ruins of an ancient temple, a place where it was said that the flame had first been discovered. There, they hoped to find clues about their enemy, and perhaps even a way to restore the balance that had been lost. As they set out on their journey, the heroes knew that they were embarking on a path fraught with danger. But they also knew that they had no choice. The covenant of the eternal flame was at stake, and with it, the future of Illyria. And so, with the wind at their backs and the weight of the world on their shoulders, they began their quest, a quest that would take them to the farthest reaches of the realm, through trials and tribulations that would test their strength, their resolve, and their very souls. But even as they marched forward, the shadows continued to gather, and the darkness that had been unleashed showed no signs of abating. The flame was flickering, and with it, the hope of a world teetering on the edge of destruction. The covenant of the eternal flame. Part 3. The Veil of Shadows. The journey to the ancient temple was fraught with peril as the heroes ventured deeper into the heart of Illyria, where the boundaries between the known world and the unknown began to blur. The landscape around them shifted from the familiar to the eerie, vast forests where the trees seemed to whisper secrets, barren plains where the very air shimmered with unseen forces, and mountains that towered like the spires of forgotten gods. As they traveled, the tension among the group grew palpable. The weight of their mission, coupled with the mistrust that simmered just beneath the surface, threatened to pull them apart before they could even begin their true task. Prince Kael, ever impatient, found himself growing increasingly frustrated with the slow pace of their journey. His mind burned with thoughts of vengeance, his heart aflame with the desire to prove his worth. But as much as he longed to confront their enemies head-on, he knew that he could not do so alone. He needed the others as much as it pained him to admit it. General Nida, ever vigilant, kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. She had fought in many battles, but none had filled her with such a sense of foreboding as this one. The enemy they faced was unlike any she had encountered before, an enemy that lurked in the shadows, unseen but ever present. Naida knew that they were being watched, tracked by forces that moved beyond the reach of her senses. It was only a matter of time before the first strike came. Arik, the seasoned warrior, walked in silence. His thoughts turned inward. He had seen too much death, too much destruction in his long life. But this time felt different. This time, the stakes were higher than ever before. Arik could feel the weight of history bearing down on them. The echoes of battles long past whispering in his ears. He knew that their journey would be a defining moment, not just for them, but for the entire world. Leora, the sorceress from the Kingdom of Skies, moved with an otherworldly grace, her eyes ever on the horizon. She could sense the magic in the air, a deep and ancient power that pulsed beneath the surface of the land. It was a power that called to her, beckoning her to delve deeper, to uncover the truths that lay hidden in the shadows. But Leora also knew that such power came at a cost, and she was not yet ready to pay it. Their journey led them to the edge of a great forest, known in legend as the Vale of Shadows. It was said that within this forest, the veil between the world of the living and the realm of the spirits was thin, and that those who entered often did not return. The trees here were ancient, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their leaves dark and foreboding. The air was thick with an unnatural stillness, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Kale was the first to speak as they stood at the edge of the forest, his voice tense with impatience. "We have no time for hesitation. If this temple holds the answers we seek, then we must press on." Nida placed a hand on his shoulder, her gaze steady and calm. "Patience, Prince Kale. This forest is no ordinary place. We must be cautious. Rushing in blindly will only lead to our demise." Arik nodded in agreement. "She's right. The Vale of Shadows is a place of great danger. We must tread carefully." Leora, her eyes narrowing as she surveyed the forest, added, "There is magic here, ancient and powerful. We must be prepared for whatever we may encounter." With a reluctant nod, Kale conceded, and the group entered the forest. The moment they stepped beneath the canopy, the atmosphere changed. The light of the sun, once bright and warm, was muted, filtered through the dense foliage above. The shadows seemed to move and shift, as if alive, watching their every move. The air grew colder, and the silence was broken only by the distant rustle of leaves, a sound that seemed to echo from all directions at once. As they moved deeper into the forest, the path became less clear, the trees closing in around them like sentinels guarding a forbidden secret. The forest was a labyrinth, designed to confuse and disorient those who dared to enter. But the heroes pressed on, guided by a sense of purpose that burned brighter than their fear. Hours passed, though it felt like days, and still they found no sign of the temple. The shadows grew darker, more oppressive, and the feeling of being watched intensified. It was as if the forest itself was testing them, probing their weaknesses, searching for a way to break their resolve. Then, without warning, the first strike came. From the darkness, shadowy figures emerged, beings that seemed to be made of the very essence of the forest, their forms shifting and ethereal. They moved with unnatural speed, attacking with a ferocity that caught the group off guard. Kale was the first to react, drawing his sword in a flash of flame. He struck at the nearest figure, but his blade passed through it as if it were made of smoke. The creature retaliated, its shadowy limbs lashing out with a force that sent Kale stumbling back. Naida, ever the strategist, quickly assessed the situation. These are not enemies we can fight with steel alone. Leora, we need your magic. Leora nodded, her hands already weaving a complex pattern in the air. She spoke words of power, and the winds began to swirl around them, lifting the shadows and scattering them like leaves in a storm. The shadowy figures recoiled, their forms dissipating under the force of her magic. But the victory was short-lived. More figures emerged from the darkness, their numbers growing with each passing moment. The forest itself seemed to be coming alive, intent on consuming the intruders. Arik, his experience in battle guiding him, called out to the group, "Form a circle. We must protect Leora while she works." The heroes quickly moved into position, their backs to each other as they faced the encroaching darkness. Kale's sword blazed with fire, keeping the shadows at bay, while Naida used her command of water to create barriers of ice, slowing the advance of their enemies. Arik mighty axe, stood ready to strike down any foe that dared come too close. In the center of the circle, Leora focused all her energy on a single point. She could feel the power of the forest, ancient and relentless, pressing down on them. But she also sensed something deeper, something that resonated with the magic of the eternal flame. Drawing upon that connection, Leora unleashed a wave of pure energy, a brilliant light that cut through the darkness like a blade. The shadowy figures screamed in agony as they were consumed by the light, their forms disintegrating into nothingness. For a moment, all was still. The forest, once alive with the sound of battle, was silent once more. The heroes, though battered and weary, had survived the first test of the Veil of Shadows, but their victory came at a cost. As the light faded, Leora collapsed to the ground, her strength spent. Kyle rushed to her side, his concern etched on his face. "Leora, are you all right?" She nodded weakly, her voice barely a whisper. "I'm fine, just exhausted. The magic here, it's stronger than I expected." Naida, ever pragmatic, spoke up. "We need to keep moving. This place is not safe, even now. We have to find the temple and get out of here." Arik agreed, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was yet to come. "Let's not waste any more time. We need to find that temple." With Leora leaning on Kale for support, the group continued their journey, the shadows still lurking at the edges of their vision. The encounter had shaken them, but it had also strengthened their resolve. They knew now that the forces they faced were not of this world, and that their mission was more urgent than ever. Hours passed, or perhaps days. It was impossible to tell in the oppressive darkness of the forest. But eventually, they found what they were looking for. The temple stood before them, a massive structure carved from the living rock, its surface covered in ancient runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. The air around it was thick with magic, a palpable force that seemed to hum with power. Kale, his eyes wide with awe, approached the temple with reverence. "This is it. This is what we've been searching for." Naida, ever cautious, held him back. "Be careful. We don't know what dangers lie within." Arik, his instincts honed by years of battle, scanned the area for any signs of a trap. "Stay alert. This place may hold the answers we seek, but it could also be a tomb." Leora, still weak but determined, stepped forward. The flame's power is here. I can feel it. We must enter. With a deep breath, the heroes crossed the threshold into the temple, leaving the veil of shadows behind. The air inside was cool and dry, the walls lined with intricate carvings that depicted scenes of a time long past, battles between gods and mortals, the forging of the eternal flame, and the covenant that had bound the kingdoms together. At the center of the temple was an altar, upon which lay a crystal of pure light, a fragment of the eternal flame. Its glow was faint, but it pulsed with a steady rhythm, as if alive. Kale approached the altar, his hand outstretched. This is it. This is what we've been searching for. But before he could touch the crystal, Leora spoke, her voice urgent. Wait. There's something else. Something hidden beneath the surface. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her magic to probe the crystal. What she found sent a shiver down her spine. This is not just a fragment of the flame. It's a key to a power that should never be unleashed. Arik, his expression grim, asked the question that was on everyone's mind. What kind of power? Leora opened her eyes, her gaze meeting each of theirs in turn. A power that could destroy us all. As the realization dawned on them, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and the temple walls shook with a force that threatened to bring the entire structure down around them. The shadows that had pursued them in the forest began to seep through the cracks in the stone, coalescing into a single monstrous form. The heroes barely had time to react before the creature attacked, its massive limbs crashing down with the force of an earthquake. They scattered, each using their abilities to defend themselves, but it was clear that they were outmatched. Kale, his sword blazing with fire, struck at the creature with all his might, but his attacks barely seemed to faze it. Naida called upon the power of the ocean, summoning waves of water to crash against the beast, but it only seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. Arik, his axe in hand, charged at the creature with a roar, but even his mighty strength was no match for the darkness that consumed them. Leora, her magic drained, could only watch in horror as the creature bore down on them, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. In that moment, as the shadows closed in and all hope seemed lost, a voice echoed through the temple, a voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the flame. Do not despair, for the light of the flame is eternal." With those words, the crystal on the altar flared to life, its light blinding in its intensity. The creature recoiled, its form disintegrating under the force of the flame's power. The heroes, shielded by the light, felt a surge of energy as the flame's magic flowed through them, healing their wounds and renewing their strength. As the last of the shadows faded away, the temple fell silent once more. The crystal on the altar, now glowing with a steady, warm light, pulsed in time with the beating of their hearts. Kyle, his breath coming in ragged gasps, turned to the others. "We did it. We survived." Naida, ever the realist, shook her head. This was only the beginning. Whatever power is hidden within this flame, it's far more dangerous than we could have imagined. Arik, his expression unreadable, nodded in agreement. "We need to understand it, to control it, before it falls into the wrong hands." Leora, her voice soft but resolute, added, "The covenant of the eternal flame is not just a source of power. It's a responsibility. We must protect it, no matter the cost." With renewed determination, the heroes made their way out of the temple, the crystal now safely in their possession. But as they emerged from the veil of shadows, they knew that their journey was far from over. The forces of darkness were still at large, and the true nature of the flame's power had yet to be revealed. But for now, they had taken the first step in a battle that would determine the fate of Illyria. As they looked out over the vast landscape before them, each hero knew that the road ahead would be long and perilous. But they also knew that they were not alone. They had each other, and they had the flame. And with that, they continued their journey, their hearts burning with the light of the eternal flame, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The covenant of the eternal flame. Part 4. The Council of Shadows. The journey out of the Veil of Shadows was a quiet one. The heroes, though triumphant, were weighed down by the gravity of what they had discovered. The crystal they carried was more than just a piece of the eternal flame. It was a key to a power that could reshape the world. And with that power came an immense responsibility, one that none of them had fully anticipated. As they emerged from the dark forest and into the light of day, they found themselves on the outskirts of the neutral city of Lythar, where the rulers of Illyria had agreed to meet in a rare council. The city, once a bustling hub of trade and culture, now seemed subdued, its streets lined with soldiers from each of the kingdoms, all wary of the tension that hung in the air. The heroes made their way to the Grand Hall of Lythar, a massive structure built from stone and adorned with tapestries that depicted the history of Illyria. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy with anticipation. The rulers of the four kingdoms had gathered, each surrounded by their most trusted advisors. King Theron of Embers, his fiery presence commanding the room. Queen Seraphine of Tides, her calm demeanor masking the turmoil within. King Auric of Stone, his face a stoic mask. And Queen Lunara of Skies, her eyes filled with the mysteries of the winds. As the heroes entered the hall, all eyes turned to them. The tension was palpable, and it was clear that this meeting was more than just a gathering of leaders. It was a confrontation of ideals, of ambitions, and of the future of Illyria itself. Kale, ever the bold one, stepped forward, holding the crystal aloft. We have found a fragment of the eternal flame, but it is not what we expected. This is more than just a source of power. It's a key to something far greater and far more dangerous. King Theron, his gaze intense, was the first to speak. A key? To what? Leora, her voice steady, answered. To a power that could destroy us all if used recklessly. The flame is not just a weapon. It is a force of creation and destruction. It is tied to the very essence of our world. And if we are not careful, it could bring about our end. Queen Seraphine, ever the voice of reason, asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Then what do we do? How do we protect it and ourselves from this power? Before Leora could respond, a new voice echoed through the hall, a voice filled with malice and darkness. You protect it by giving it to me. The room fell silent as a figure stepped out of the shadows, clad in black robes that seemed to absorb the light around them. The figure's face was hidden beneath a hood, but the presence was unmistakable. This was the one who had stolen the shard from Embers, the one who had set this chain of events into motion. The figure revealed themselves to be Morvath, a dark sorcerer who had long been thought dead, his name whispered in fear among the people of Illyria. Morvath had once been a powerful mage in the Kingdom of Skies, but his lust for power had led him down a dark path, one that had ended in his exile, or so it was believed. Morvath's voice was like ice, cutting through the tension in the room. The flame is mine by right. I was the one who first sought its power, the one who uncovered its secrets. And now I have returned to claim what is mine. King Theron, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his sword, growled, "You are nothing but a traitor, a usurper who has no place here." Morvath laughed, a cold, hollow sound. Traitor? Perhaps. But I am also the only one who understands the true nature of the flame. While you bicker among yourselves, the darkness grows stronger. Soon, it will consume everything, and you will be powerless to stop it. Queen Lenara, her voice calm but firm, interjected, "And you believe that you can control this darkness, that you can bend it to your will?" Morvath's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. "I already have." With a wave of his hand, the shadows in the room began to twist and writhe, coalescing into monstrous forms. The guards in the room drew their weapons, but Morvath's creations were too quick, too powerful. The room erupted into chaos as the shadow creatures attacked, their forms shifting and intangible, impossible to strike down with conventional weapons. The rulers and their advisors fought back, but it was clear that Morvath had the upper hand. The shadows were his to command, and with each passing moment, they grew stronger, feeding off the fear and confusion that gripped the room. Kale, his sword igniting with flame, leaped into the fray, striking at the shadows with all his might. Naida, calling upon the power of the ocean, summoned waves of water to douse the flames and drive back the darkness. Arik, his axe gleaming in the dim light, fought with the strength of 10 men, cutting down the shadows that dared to come near him. And Leora, her eyes glowing with the power of the winds, called forth a tempest that whipped through the hall, scattering the shadow creatures. But for every shadow they destroyed, another took its place. Morvath stood at the center of the storm, untouched by the chaos around him, his power growing with each passing moment. It was then that Leora realized the truth. The key they held was not just a key to the flame, but a key to Morvath's power. The flame had been corrupted, twisted by his dark magic. And as long as he held the other shards, he would continue to grow stronger. "We can't win this fight," Leora shouted over the roar of battle. "Not like this! We need to leave, now." Kale, ever the warrior, was reluctant to retreat. But he knew she was right. They were outmatched, and if they stayed, they would be destroyed. "Fall back," he called to the others. We need to regroup. The heroes fought their way to the exit, their powers barely holding back the tide of shadows that threatened to overwhelm them. As they reached the doors, Leora cast one final spell, a blast of wind that sealed the entrance behind them, buying them precious seconds to escape. They fled through the streets of Lythar, the city now a battleground as Morvath's shadows spread like a plague. The once proud neutral city was in ruins, its people fleeing in terror as the darkness consumed everything in its path. As they reached the outskirts of the city, the heroes paused to catch their breath, their bodies bruised and battered, their spirits shaken. They had faced many dangers on their journey, but this was different. Morvath was a threat unlike any they had encountered before, and it was clear that they were not yet strong enough to defeat him. Kael, his face grim, looked back at the city, now engulfed in darkness. We can't just leave them to die. We have to do something. Naida, ever practical, shook her head. We can't help them if we're dead. We need to find a way to counter Morvath's power, and we can't do that here. Arik, his voice filled with determination, added, we need to find the other shards of the flame. If we can reunite them, we might stand a chance. Leora, her mind racing with possibilities, nodded in agreement. The flame is our only hope, but we need to understand it first. We need to learn how to purify it, to break Morvath's hold over it. As the heroes gathered their thoughts, a new plan began to take shape. A plan that would take them across the length and breadth of Illyria in search of the remaining shards of the eternal flame. They knew that the road ahead would be long and treacherous, but they also knew that they could not turn back. With renewed resolve, the heroes set out once more, leaving the ruined city of Lythar behind. Their journey would take them to the farthest corners of the realm, through lands both familiar and unknown, in a race against time to stop Morvath before his darkness consumed the world. But even as they marched forward, they knew that the shadows were never far behind. Morvath's reach was long, and his power was growing with each passing day. The covenant of the eternal flame, once a symbol of hope and unity, had become a battleground, a prize that all would fight for, but only one could claim. And so, with the fate of Illyria hanging in the balance, the heroes embarked on the next chapter of their journey, their hearts burning with the light of the eternal flame, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The covenant of the eternal flame. Part 5. The hunt for the shards. The heroes pressed on, their path taking them through through the diverse and treacherous landscapes of Illyria. Each step brought them closer to the remaining shards of the eternal flame, but it also brought them deeper into danger. Morvath's influence was spreading, and the darkness he commanded seemed to reach every corner of the realm. Their first destination was the Kingdom of Stone, where the next shard was said to be hidden deep within the mountains. The journey to Stone was arduous, the terrain unforgiving, but it was nothing compared to the challenges that awaited them within the kingdom's borders. As they approached the mountain stronghold, they were met with a grim sight. The once mighty kingdom, known for its impregnable defenses and sturdy fortresses, was now a shadow of its former self. The great walls were crumbling, and the cities were filled with fear and uncertainty. The people of Stone, once proud and unyielding, were now living in the shadow of Morvath's growing power. King Arik, who had led them through these lands, could hardly recognize his own kingdom. The sight of his people suffering, their spirits broken, filled him with a sense of deep sorrow and anger. But it also strengthened his resolve. He knew that they had no choice but to push forward and reclaim the shard that lay hidden within the mountains. Their journey led them to the deepest part of the kingdom, to a place known as the Black Gorge. It was said that the shard of the eternal flame was hidden within the gorge, protected by ancient wards and powerful guardians. But the gorge was also a place of great danger, filled with creatures born of the darkness that had begun to seep into the land. The entrance to the gorge was marked by two towering statues, their features worn by time, but still exuding a sense of power and menace. As the heroes stood before the entrance, the air around them seemed to thicken with magic, a heavy, oppressive force that pressed down on them like a physical weight. Leora, her senses attuned to the magic in the air, spoke first. The wards here are strong, but they have been weakened. Morvath's influence is spreading even here. Kale, ever the warrior, gripped his sword tightly. Then we must move quickly. We can't afford to let him get to the shard before we do. Naida, always the strategist, nodded in agreement. But we must be careful. The gorge is a place of great power and great danger. We need to stay together and watch each other's backs. With a shared look of determination, the heroes entered the gorge. The path was narrow and winding, with the walls of the gorge towering high above them, casting long shadows that seemed to move and shift with a life of their own. The deeper they went, the darker it became, until the light from the sky above was nothing more than a distant memory. As they descended further into the depths of the gorge, they encountered the first of the guardians. Massive stone golems, their forms shaped by ancient magic, stood sentinel along the path. Their eyes, glowing with an eerie light, watched the heroes with a cold, unblinking gaze. Kale, ever the bold one, stepped forward to face the first golem. "We don't have time for this. We need to get to the shard." But as he moved to strike, the golem's eyes flared with light, and it moved with surprising speed, its massive stone fist swinging toward him. Kale barely had time to dodge, the force of the blow sending shock waves through the ground. Naida, quick to react, called upon the power of water, sending a torrent of ice-cold water crashing into the golem. The water struck with the force of a tidal wave, but the golem merely shrugged it off, its stone body impervious to the elemental attack. Arik, drawing upon his knowledge of the kingdom's ancient defenses, shouted to the others. These golems were created to protect the shard from those who would misuse it. We can't fight them with brute force alone. We need to outsmart them. Leora, her mind racing, quickly analyzed the situation. The golems are bound by the wards that protect the shard. If we can disrupt the wards, we can weaken them. She began to chant, her voice weaving a complex spell that resonated with the magic of the gorge. The air around them shimmered as the wards began to shift, their power realigning in response to Leora's magic. The golems, sensing the disruption, grew more aggressive, their movements becoming faster and more erratic. But Leora persisted, her focus unbroken as she continued to unravel the wards that bound the golems. Finally, with a final surge of magic, the wards shattered, and the golems froze in place, their power broken. The path to the shard was now clear, but the effort had taken its toll on Leora. She staggered, her strength nearly spent. Kale rushed to her side, his concern evident. "Leora, are you all right?" She nodded weakly, her voice barely a whisper. "I'm fine, just tired. We need to move quickly before the wards re-establish themselves." With Leora leaning on Kale for support, the group pressed on, deeper into the gorge. The air grew colder, the darkness more oppressive, as they neared the heart of the gorge, where the shard was said to be hidden. Finally, they reached the inner sanctum of the gorge, a vast cavern illuminated by a soft, otherworldly light. At the center of the cavern, suspended in mid-air by a network of glowing magical runes, was the shard of the eternal flame. The shard pulsed with a deep inner light, its power radiating out in waves that filled the cavern with warmth and energy. But there was also something else, a dark, malevolent presence that seemed to cling to the shard like a shadow. Kale, his eyes fixed on the shard, approached cautiously. This is it, the shard of stone. But before he could reach it, the darkness around the shard began to take shape, coalescing into a figure that was both familiar and terrifying. It was Morvath, or rather, a shadow of him, projected through the shard. "Fools," the shadow sneered. "Did you really think you could outrun me? The flame is mine, and no matter where you go, I will be there to claim it." The heroes drew their weapons, ready to fight, but the shadow merely laughed. "You cannot defeat me here. This shard is already mine, corrupted by my magic. But go ahead, try to take it. See what happens." Leora, her mind racing, realized the trap. If we take the shard now, we'll only be playing into his hands. The corruption will spread to the other shards, and Morvath will grow even stronger. Naida, ever the voice of reason, added, "We can't leave it here either. If we do, Morvath will use it to destroy stone, and the rest of Illyria will follow." Arik, his face grim, made a decision. "We need to purify the shard. If we can cleanse it of Morvath's influence, we can use its power to fight him." Kael, his determination unshaken, nodded. "Then let's do it." Leora, drawing upon the last of her strength, began to cast a purification spell, her voice echoing through the cavern. The runes around the shard flared with light, and the darkness clinging to it began to recede, its hold weakening. But the shadow of Morvath was not so easily defeated. He lashed out with a wave of dark magic, trying to break Leora's concentration. But Kael and the others were ready. They formed a protective barrier around her, using their combined powers to shield her from the shadow's attacks. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with magic as the heroes fought to keep the shadow at bay, while Leora worked to purify the shard. The shadow's power was immense, but the heroes were relentless, their determination unwavering. Finally, with a blinding flash of light, the purification spell took hold. The shard glowed with a pure white light. The darkness that had clung to it vanished by the power of the flame. The shadow of Morvath, weakened and enraged, let out a howl of fury before dissipating into nothingness. The cavern was silent once more, the shard now free of corruption, its power restored. Leora, exhausted but triumphant, smiled faintly. It's done. The shard is ours. Kale, his eyes filled with admiration, helped her to her feet. You did it, Leora. We all did. Naida, ever the pragmatist, reminded them of the task ahead. This is just one shard. We still have more to find, and Morvath won't give up so easily. Arik, his expression resolute, agreed. We need to move quickly. The longer we wait, the stronger Morvath will become. With the shard of stone safely in their possession, the heroes left the gorge, their hearts filled with renewed hope. But they knew that the journey ahead would be even more difficult, and that the stakes were higher than ever. As they made their way back through the kingdom, the people of stone, seeing the shard in their possession, began to emerge from their homes, their fear slowly giving way to hope. Word of their victory spread quickly, and soon the kingdom was alive with the sounds of celebration. But the heroes could not stay to join in the festivities. Their journey was far from over, and they knew that the fate of Illyria depended on their success. With the shard of stone in hand, they set out for their next destination, the Kingdom of Skies, where the final shard awaited. But as they left the Kingdom of Stone behind, they knew that the true battle was only just beginning. For Morvath was still out there, his power growing with each passing day. And the final confrontation, the one that would decide the fate of the world, was drawing ever closer the covenant of the eternal flame. Part 6. The Winds of Destiny. With the shard of stone securely in their possession, the heroes turned their sights toward the Kingdom of Skies, where the final shard of the eternal flame awaited. The journey to Skies was one that would take them to the very edge of Illyria, high above the clouds, where the air was thin and the winds spoke in whispers of forgotten secrets. As they traveled, the land beneath them grew increasingly desolate, a stark reminder of the toll that Morvath's darkness had taken on the world. Once fertile fields were now barren. Rivers that had once teemed with life were dry, and the skies were filled with a perpetual gray haze that seemed to choke the very life out of the land. The kingdom of skies had always been a place of mystery, its people living in harmony with the winds and the storms that swept through their mountainous homeland. But now, even the winds seemed to carry a note of despair, as if the very elements themselves had been corrupted by the spreading darkness. Queen Lunara, who had ruled over skies with a wisdom and grace that was unmatched, was a ruler who understood the power of the elements better than anyone. She had always been attuned to the forces of nature, and it was said that the winds themselves obeyed her commands. But even she could not ignore the signs of the coming storm, a storm that threatened to engulf her kingdom in shadow. As the heroes approached the kingdom's capital, Erelon, they were greeted by a sight that filled them with dread. The once majestic city, built into the peaks of the highest mountains, was now a fortress under siege. The winds that had once been a source of life and power for the people of skies were now wild and uncontrollable, whipping through the city with a ferocity that left destruction in their wake. The people of Erelon, once known for their calm and serenity, were now gripped by fear. They huddled in their homes, their eyes turned to the skies as they awaited the next onslaught of the storm. The city's defenders, warriors trained in the art of aerial combat, were spread thin, their efforts focused on protecting the city from the relentless winds. As the heroes made their way through the city, they were struck by the scale of the devastation. Buildings had been reduced to rubble. The once pristine gardens were torn apart, and the very air was thick with the scent of ozone and despair. Kale, his heart heavy with the sight of so much suffering, turned to Leora. "We need to find Queen Lunara. If anyone can help us, it's her." Leora, her eyes narrowing as she sensed the magic in the air, nodded. "She's in the Tempest Tower, at the heart of the city. But be careful. The winds here are not natural. They're being manipulated by a force I can't fully understand." Naida, ever the strategist, added, "We need to move quickly. The longer we wait, the more damage Morvath's influence will cause." With renewed determination, the heroes made their way to the Tempest Tower, the tallest structure in Erelon, its spires reaching up into the clouds. The tower was a place of great power, built to harness the energy of the winds and storms that swept through the kingdom. But now, that power had been turned against them. As they approached the tower, they were met with resistance. The winds howled around them, forming layers of air that were nearly impossible to penetrate. But the heroes were not easily deterred. Kale, his sword blazing with fire, cut through the winds with sheer force, while Nida used her command of water to create a protective barrier around them, shielding them from the worst of the storm's fury. Arik, drawing upon his strength and experience, led the charge, his axe cleaving through the air as if it were solid matter. Leora, her connection to the winds of skies, began to chant, her voice rising above the roar of the storm. Her magic, attuned to the very essence of the kingdom, began to calm the winds, creating a path for the heroes to reach the tower. Inside the Tempest Tower, they found Queen Lunara standing at the center of a massive chamber, her arms outstretched as she fought to maintain control over the raging storm. Her eyes were closed in concentration, her face a mask of serenity despite the chaos that surrounded her. "Lunara!" Kale called out, his voice barely audible over the roar of the winds. "We need your help." Lunara's eyes opened, and for a moment they glowed with a light that seemed to come from within. She lowered her arms, and the winds in the chamber began to die down, the storm outside abating slightly as her influence took hold. "You've come," Lunara said, her voice calm but tinged with weariness. "I feared you might not make it in time." Naida, always direct, spoke quickly. "Morvath is growing stronger. He's already corrupted the shards of embers and stone. We need to secure the shard of skies before he can get to it." Lunara nodded, her expression grave. "The shard is here, within the tower, but it is not safe. The winds that have protected us for so long have turned against us, and I fear that Morvath's influence is already at work." Leora, her voice steady, asked the question that was on everyone's mind. "Can we purify it, like we did with the shard of stone?" Lunara considered this for a moment, then nodded. "It is possible, but it will not be easy. The shard of skies is tied to the very heart of the kingdom, to the winds and storms that give us life. To purify it, we must calm the storm outside, to bring the winds back under control." Kale, ever the warrior, was ready for action. "Then let's do it. Tell us what we need to do." Lunara led them to the top of the tower, where the shard of skies was kept in a chamber open to the elements. The shard, a crystal of pure blue light, floated in the center of the chamber, surrounded by swirling winds that crackled with energy. As they approached the shard, the winds grew more intense, pushing them back with a force that was almost impossible to resist. But the heroes pressed on, their determination unshaken. Leora, her voice firm, began to chant the purification spell, drawing upon the power of the winds that surrounded them. But this time, the task was far more difficult. The shard was deeply connected to the kingdom, and the corruption that had taken hold was strong. The winds howled in defiance, resisting the purification with all their might. The storm outside grew even more violent, the skies darkening as lightning flashed across the horizon. Kael, using all his strength, stood firm against the winds, his sword blazing as he cut through the air. Naida, her focus unwavering, used her command of water to channel the energy of the storm, redirecting it away from the shard. Arik, his face a mask of determination, stood guard, ready to strike down any threat that might arise. But it was Leora who bore the brunt of the battle, her voice rising above the storm as she poured all her magic into the purification spell. The winds lashed out at her, tearing at her clothes, her skin, her very soul. But she did not falter. She knew that this was their only chance, that if they failed here, all would be lost. Lunara, seeing Leora's struggle, joined her in the spell, her own voice blending with Leora's as they fought to cleanse the shard. The two of them, drawing upon the combined power of the winds and the flame, began to push back the corruption, slowly but surely. Finally, with a burst of light that illuminated the entire chamber, the purification took hold. The shard of skies glowed with a pure blue light, its energy no longer tainted by Morvath's darkness. The winds around them calmed, the storm outside abating as the shard was cleansed. Leora, exhausted but triumphant, fell to her knees, her strength spent. Kael was at her side in an instant, his face filled with concern. Leora, are you all right? She nodded weakly, a faint smile on her lips. We did it. The shard is ours. Lunara, her face serene but determined, spoke softly. You have done what I could not. You have saved my kingdom, but the battle is not yet over. Morvath will not stop until he has claimed all the shards. We must act quickly before he can strike again. Naida, ever the strategist, nodded in agreement. We need to unite the shards. it's the only way to stop him. Arik, his voice filled with resolve, added, "We need to return to the place where the flame was first forged. It's the only place where we can truly harness its power." With the shard of skies in hand, the heroes knew that the final battle was drawing near. They had come so far, faced so many challenges, but the greatest test was yet to come. As they prepared to leave Erelon, the people of skies, seeing the shard in their possession, began to gather. The winds, now calm and gentle, carried the news of their victory across the kingdom. The once fearful citizens now looked to the heroes with hope in their eyes, their spirits lifted by the knowledge that the flame was still strong. But the heroes could not afford to linger. The final shard awaited them, and with it, the fate of Illyria. With the winds at their backs, they set out for their final destination, the place where the eternal flame had first been forged, the heart of the world itself. And as they journeyed toward their destiny, they knew that the true battle was just beginning. For Morvath was still out there, his power growing with each passing day, and the darkness that he commanded would not be easily defeated. But the heroes were not alone. They carried with them the light of the eternal flame, a light that would guide them through the darkest of times and lead them to victory. For in the end, it was not the power of the flame that would decide the fate of Illyria. It was the courage, the determination, and the unity of those who fought to protect it. And so, with the wind in their sails and the flame in their hearts, they marched toward the final battle, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, the covenant of the eternal flame. Part 7. The Final Confrontation. The journey to the place where the eternal flame had first been forged was long and arduous, but the heroes pressed on, driven by the knowledge that the fate of Illyria hung in the balance. The land they traveled through was desolate, scarred by the battles that had been fought and the darkness that had spread across the realm. But despite the devastation, there was a sense of hope, a belief that they could still turn the tide and save their world. Their destination was the heart of Illyria, a place of ancient power, hidden deep within the mountains that lay at the center of the realm. It was said that this was where the gods had first created the world, where the elements had been bound together in harmony, and where the eternal flame had been born. As they neared the heart, the air grew thick with magic, the very ground beneath their feet pulsing with energy. The mountains loomed above them, their peaks peaks shrouded in mist, and the path before them was treacherous, lined with jagged rocks and deep chasms. But the heroes were undeterred. They had faced countless dangers on their journey, and they knew that this was the final test, the ultimate challenge that would determine the fate of everything they held dear. At last, they reached the entrance to the heart, a massive cavern that seemed to stretch endlessly into the earth. The air inside was charged with power, the walls glowing with faint traces of the ancient runes that had been etched into the stone by the gods themselves. As they stepped into the cavern, they were met with a sight that took their breath away. The chamber at the center of the heart was vast, its ceiling rising high above them, disappearing into the darkness. In the center of the chamber was a massive altar, carved from the living rock, and upon it burned the eternal flame. But the flame was not as they had expected. It flickered weakly, its light dim and unsteady, as if struggling to survive. The shards they had gathered glowed faintly, resonating with the flame's energy, but it was clear that something was wrong. And then, from the shadows, Morvath emerged. He stood at the edge of the chamber, his dark robes billowing around him, his eyes glowing with a malevolent light. In his hand, he held the final shard of the eternal flame, its dark energy pulsating with power. "You have done well to come this far," Morvath said, his voice echoing through the chamber. "But it is all for naught. The flame belongs to me, and with it, I will reshape this world in my image." Kale, his sword blazing with fire, stepped forward, his voice filled with determination. "We won't let you do this, Morvath. The flame is not yours to control." Morvath laughed, a cold, hollow sound that sent chills down their spines. "You still don't understand, do you? The flame is more than just a source of power. It is the very essence of life itself. And I have harnessed that power, twisted it to my will. You cannot hope to defeat me." Leora, her eyes filled with resolve, spoke next. "The flame may be powerful, but it is not meant to be controlled by one man. It was created to bring balance, to unite the elements and protect this world. You are corrupting it, and in doing so, you are destroying everything it stands for." Morvath's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. "Enough of your prattle. If you will not join me, then you will be destroyed." With a wave of his hand, the final shard in his possession flared to life, and the shadows in the chamber began began to twist and writhe, coalescing into monstrous forms. The heroes drew their weapons, ready to fight. But they knew that this battle would be unlike any they had faced before. The chamber erupted into chaos as the shadow creatures attacked, their forms shifting and intangible, impossible to strike down with conventional weapons. Kael, his sword ablaze, fought with all his might, cutting through the shadows with fire and fury. Naida, using her command of water, created barriers of ice to slow the creature's advance. But they kept coming, relentless and unyielding. Arik, his axe gleaming in the dim light, fought with the strength of 10 men. But even he was hard-pressed to hold the line. Leora, her magic nearly spent, struggled to keep the shadows at bay, her voice hoarse from the constant chanting of spells. And through it all, Morvath stood at the edge of the chamber, his eyes glowing with dark power as he directed the shadows, his laughter echoing through the cavern. The battle seemed hopeless, the heroes outmatched and outnumbered. But just as all seemed lost, Leora sensed something. A faint pulse of energy from the shards they had gathered. It was as if the flame itself was reaching out to them, offering them the strength they needed to fight back. "We need to unite the shards!" Leora shouted over the din of battle. "It's the only way to stop him." Kael, understanding immediately, nodded. "Cover me." With a burst of speed, Kael made a dash for the altar at the center of the chamber, the shards glowing brightly in his hands. The shadows tried to stop him, but Naida and Arik fought them off, buying Kael the time he needed. As Kael reached the altar, he placed the shards around the flame, their light merging with the flickering fire. The chamber was filled with a blinding light as the flame flared to life, its power surging through the room. Morvath, sensing the shift in power, let out a roar of rage. "No, you cannot defeat me." But it was too late. The light from the flame grew brighter and brighter, driving back the shadows and illuminating the entire chamber. The power of the flame, united and pure, was too much for Morvath to control. His hold on the final shard began to weaken, the dark energy dissipating as the light of the flame burned away the corruption. Leora, her voice filled with determination, began to chant the final spell, a spell of purification that would cleanse the flame and banish Morvath's darkness once and for all. The others joined in, their voices rising in unison as they channeled the power of the flame. The light in the chamber intensified, and with a final deafening roar, the shadows were obliterated, and Morvath was consumed by the very power he had sought to control. The chamber fell silent, the only sound the crackling of the eternal flame as it burned brightly once more. The heroes, exhausted but victorious, stood together at the altar, their faces illuminated by the warm, golden light of the flame. "It's over," Kale said softly, his voice filled with relief. Leora nodded, a faint smile on her lips. "The flame is restored. The balance is returned." Naida, ever the pragmatist, added, "But the cost was high. Morvath may be gone, but the damage he caused will take time to heal." Arik, his face somber, agreed. "Illyria has been through much, but we have the flame. We can rebuild." As they stood together, the light of the flame pulsing with life, they knew that their journey was not yet over. There was still much to be done, much to rebuild, and many wounds to heal. But they had done what they had set out to do. They had saved their world from darkness, and they had restored the eternal flame to its rightful place. And with that, they knew that they could face whatever challenges lay ahead. The eternal flame burned brightly, its light a beacon of hope for all of Illyria. The heroes had fought bravely, and they had emerged victorious, but they knew that the true strength of the flame lay not in its power, but in the unity and courage of those who fought to protect it. As they left the heart of Illyria, the sun began to rise, casting its golden light across the land. The darkness that had once threatened to consume the world was gone, and in its place, a new day was dawning. And so, with the light of the eternal flame in their hearts, the heroes set out to rebuild their world, knowing that as long as the flame burned, there would always be hope. Welcome, brave souls, to a tale of destiny and dragons. In a world teetering on the edge of chaos, young Eris holds the power to either save or doom his kingdom. With dark forces closing in and a prophecy that could change the fate of all, join us as we journey through epic battles, fierce magic, and the ultimate choice between light and darkness. Will Eris conquer his destiny? Or will the world fall to ruin? Stay with us to find out. And don't forget to subscribe for more legendary adventures. Prophecy of the Dragon. Part 1. The Whisper of Fate. In the heart of the kingdom of Illyria, a land scarred by endless wars and darkened by the shadow of despair, there was a night unlike any other. The biting carrying with them the whispered rumors of a prophecy as ancient as the stars themselves. It was a prophecy that spoke of a child born on the coldest night of the year, who would rise to become the dragon warrior, the one destined to either save or doom the world. Eleander, a knight of unwavering loyalty and unmatched valor, stood at the edge of the kingdom's northernmost tower, gazing out over the snow-covered expanse. His breath formed clouds in the frigid air, but his thoughts were a tempest within. The kingdom had long suffered under the yoke of warlords and dark sorcerers, each vying for power, each seeking to control the prophecy's outcome. The people of Ilaria, once proud and strong, now lived in fear, their hope dwindling with each passing day. But tonight, Eleander knew that the fate of the kingdom hinged on a fragile life, the life of a newborn child. The journey to the hidden village of Greyhearth, nestled deep within the Frostvale Mountains, had been perilous. Snowstorms and treacherous paths had tested Eleander's resolve, but he had pressed on, driven by the urgency of his mission. For within that village, on this very night, the child of prophecy was to be born. As the first cry of the newborn echoed through the modest stone cottage, Eleander knew his journey had only just begun. The midwife, a weathered woman with kind eyes, handed the swaddled infant to a trembling mother. Eleander approached, his armor clinking softly in the quiet room, and knelt before the child. "Young one," he whispered, his voice filled with reverence and trepidation. "You are the hope of this kingdom, the light that will guide us through the darkness." The mother, her face pale from exhaustion, looked at Eleander with fear in her eyes. "Will he be safe, Sir Eleander? Will you protect him?" "I swear it on my honor," Eleander replied, his hand resting gently on the hilt of his sword. "No harm shall come to him while I draw breath." Outside, the storm raged on, but within the cottage there was a sense of peace. A fleeting moment of calm before the storm that was yet to come. Eleander knew that dark forces were already moving, drawn to the power that now resided in this tiny, fragile form. The prophecy had been set in motion, and with it, the fate of the world. As dawn broke over the frozen landscape, Eleander prepared to leave Greyhearth. The child cradled securely in his arms, he had no time to lose. The journey to the Sanctuary of Light, where the wise sorceress Seraphine awaited, would be long and fraught with danger. But it was a journey he had vowed to undertake, no matter the cost. For within the heart of this child, named Eris, lay the power to command the greatest force the world had ever known. unparalleled might. A creature whose return had been foretold for centuries. But whether Eris would wield that power for good or evil was a question that weighed heavily on Eleander's mind. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Eleander set out on his journey, unaware that he was being watched. From the shadows of the trees, a pair of eyes, cold and calculating, followed his every move. Morgan, the dark sorcerer, whose name was feared in every corner of the kingdom, had also heard the prophecy, and he would stop at nothing to claim the child and the dragon's power for himself. Part 2. The Dark Pursuit. The road from Grey Hearth to the Sanctuary of Light was one few dared to travel. The path wound through dense forests, over icy rivers, and across barren plains, where the howls of wolves echoed like ghostly wails in the night. But Eleander pressed on, his every step driven by a sense of duty and a resolve forged in the fires of countless battles. Eris, still an infant, slept soundly in the knight's arms, unaware of the burden of destiny he carried. Eleander often found himself glancing down at the child, marveling at the innocence that could someday determine the fate of the world. He wondered what thoughts might be brewing behind those closed eyelids. What dreams might be stirring in a mind too young to comprehend the magnitude of its future. But there was little time for reflection. Eleander knew that Morgan's agents were already on their trail. The sorcerer's influence stretched far and wide, his minions lurking in every shadow, waiting to strike. The knight had encountered their kind before, merciless, relentless, and driven by an unwavering loyalty to their dark master. As the days passed, the journey became increasingly perilous. In the dead of night, as they made camp beneath the towering pines, Eleander heard the unmistakable sounds of pursuit. Branches snapping, the crunch of snow underfoot, and the low murmurs of voices that carried the promise of death. Eleander knew that confrontation was inevitable. On the fifth night, as the full moon cast an eerie glow over the frozen landscape, the moment arrived. They were ambushed. The attack came without warning. From the darkness, a volley of arrows rained down upon their camp. Eleander, ever vigilant, reacted with the swiftness of a seasoned warrior. He leaped to his feet, shielding Eris with his body as he drew his sword. The attackers emerged from the shadows. Morgan's mercenaries, clad in black armor that seemed to absorb the very light around them. Their leader, a towering figure with a scarred face and eyes that burned with malice, stepped forward, his sword gleaming in the moonlight. "Hand over the child, knight," the leader snarled, his voice dripping with venom. "And you may yet live." Eleander's grip tightened on his sword, his eyes narrowing. "You'll have to kill me first." "So be it," the leader hissed, raising his weapon. The battle that ensued was fierce and unforgiving. Eleander fought with the strength and skill of a man possessed, his blade flashing like a beacon in the night. He moved with deadly precision, cutting down his enemies one by one. His thoughts focused solely on protecting the child in his care. But the odds were against him. The mercenaries were many, and Eleander, though a warrior of unparalleled prowess, was but one man. Blood stained the snow as the battle raged on, the clashing of steel ringing through the forest like the tolling of a death knell. As Eleander fought, he caught a glimpse of the child lying on the ground, still swaddled in blankets, eyes wide with fear. The sight renewed his resolve. With a roar of defiance, Eleander drove his sword through the heart of the mercenary leader, who fell to the ground with a final, gurgling breath. But there was no time to savor the victory. More of Morgan's agents were surely on their way. Eleander sheathed his sword and scooped up Eris, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew he couldn't continue on foot. They were too exposed, too vulnerable. Desperation drove him deeper into the forest, where the trees grew thicker and the shadows deeper. As dawn approached, Eleander stumbled upon a hidden cave, its entrance obscured by vines and fallen branches. It was here that he decided to take refuge, hoping the darkness would conceal them from their pursuers. Inside the cave, Eleander carefully placed Eris on a bed of soft moss, his mind racing. He had bought them some time, but how much? Morgan would not rest until the child was in his grasp. The night's thoughts were interrupted by a soft, cooing sound. Eris was awake, his wide eyes staring up at Eleander with a curiosity that belied his tender age. Eleander knelt beside the child, his expression softening. "You're stronger than you look, little one," he murmured, brushing a lock of hair from the infant's forehead. "But we must be careful. Danger is all around us." As if in response, Eris reached out, his tiny hand wrapping around Eleander's finger. The night felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of purpose that renewed his determination. This child was more than just a prophecy. He was a beacon of hope, a chance for a future free from the darkness that plagued their world. But that future was far from certain. Morgan's shadow loomed ever closer, and Eleander knew that their journey was only beginning. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but it was a path they had to walk together. For in the end, the fate of Ilaria, and perhaps the entire world, rested in the hands of this small, fragile child. Part 3. The Sorceress's Sanctuary. The journey through the Frostvale Mountains was a grueling one, marked by bitter winds and treacherous terrain. Days turned into weeks as Eleander and Eris made their way toward the Sanctuary of Light, the hidden stronghold of the wise sorceress Seraphine. The mountains themselves seemed to conspire against them, with towering peaks and narrow passes that tested the limits of their endurance. But through it all, Eleander remained resolute. He had faced death before, but never had he carried such a heavy burden. The child, Eris, was more than just a responsibility. He was a symbol of hope in a world teetering on the brink of destruction. As they neared the sanctuary, the landscape began to change. The harsh, jagged peaks gave way to gentler slopes, and the icy winds softened, replaced by a gentle breeze that carried with it the scent of pine and wildflowers. It was as if the very air around them was infused with magic, a tangible reminder that they were entering a place of great power. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they arrived at the entrance to the Sanctuary of Light. The ancient stone gates, adorned with intricate carvings that glowed faintly in the twilight, stood as a testament to the wisdom and strength of the sorceress who dwelled within. Eleander approached the gates with a sense of reverence, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he knocked. The sound echoed through the mountains, and for a moment there was silence. Then, with a soft creak, the gates began to open, revealing a figure bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. Seraphine, the sorceress of light, was a woman of striking beauty and ageless wisdom. Her long, silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to see into the very soul of those who stood before her. She wore a robe of white and gold, embroidered with symbols of protection and power. "Eleander," she greeted, her voice gentle but firm. "You have done well to bring the child here." Eleander bowed his head in respect. "Lady Seraphine, the journey was long and perilous, but we have made it. I trust you will help guide him." Seraphine's gaze shifted to the child in Eleander's arms, and a soft smile touched her lips. "He is indeed the one spoken of in the prophecy, but his path is uncertain, and the forces that seek to control him are strong. I will protect him with my life," Eleander vowed. "You will need more than courage to face what lies ahead," Seraphine replied, her expression turning serious. "Come, there is much to discuss." Inside the sanctuary, the air was warm and filled filled with the soft glow of enchanted lanterns. The walls were lined with ancient tomes and scrolls, each containing knowledge that had been passed down through the ages. At the center of the room was a circular table, upon which rested a large, intricately carved crystal. "This is the heart of the sanctuary," Seraphine explained as she gestured to the crystal. "It holds the wisdom of all who have come before us. It will be of great use in training the child." Eleander placed Eris on a nearby cot, where the child quickly fell asleep, exhausted from the journey. Seraphine watched him for a moment before turning back to Eleander. "The power that lies within him is both a blessing and a curse," she said softly. "The dragon's spirit is ancient and wild, and if not properly controlled, it could bring about the very destruction the prophecy warns of." "And if it is controlled?" Eleander asked. "Then he could become the greatest force for good this world has ever known," Seraphine replied. "But the path to mastering such power is fraught with danger. Morgan will stop at nothing to claim it for himself." "Then we must prepare," Eleander said, determination in his voice. "What must I do?" Seraphine nodded. "You must stay here with us. Train alongside the child. Your bond with him will be crucial in the battles to come. Together, you will learn to harness the dragon's power, to use it for the good of all." Eleander agreed, his resolve unshaken. He would do whatever it took to protect Eris, to ensure that the prophecy was fulfilled in a way that would bring peace to Ilaria. But even as they began their training, the shadow of Morgan loomed ever closer. The dark sorcerer had not been idle. His spies had tracked Eleander and Eris to the sanctuary, and he was already making plans to strike. For Morgan knew that the key to controlling the dragon was not just in the child, but in the ancient magic that resided within the sanctuary of light itself. And he would stop at nothing to claim it. Part 4. Shadows of the Past. The days at the Sanctuary of Light passed in a blur of training and study. Under Seraphine's guidance, Eleander and Eris learned to channel their inner strength, to harness the power that lay within them. For Eleander, it was a test of endurance and willpower. For Eris, it was a journey of discovery as he began to understand the magnitude of the destiny that awaited him. The boy's progress was remarkable. Though still a child, Eris showed an innate understanding of the magic that coursed through his veins. He was able to summon flames with a mere thought, to bend the very air around him to his will. But with each new power he discovered, the risk grew greater. Seraphine warned them of the dangers. "The dragon's spirit is not easily tamed," she cautioned. "It is a force of nature, wild and uncontrollable. If you lose control, even for a moment, the consequences could be disastrous. Eris listened intently, his young face serious beyond his years. He understood the weight of the responsibility he bore, even if he could not fully comprehend it. But there was something else, something that Seraphine had not yet revealed. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sanctuary, Seraphine called Eleander to her chambers. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense, and the flickering candles cast eerie patterns on the walls. "There is something you must know," Seraphine began, her voice low. "Something I have not told you about the prophecy." Eleander frowned. "What is it?" "The prophecy does not speak of one child, but two," Seraphine revealed. "Two children, born on the same night, one destined to bring peace, the other to bring destruction." Eleander felt a chill run down his spine. Two children, but where is the other? Seraphine sighed, her expression troubled. "The other child was taken by Morgan. He has been training him in the dark arts, preparing him to become the dragon's bane, the one who will bring about the end of the world." Eleander's heart sank. Then, all this time, Morgan has been preparing for the final battle, Seraphine confirmed. He intends to pit the two children against each other to see which will emerge victorious, and whichever one wins will control the dragon. "We cannot allow that to happen," Eleander said, his voice filled with resolve. "We must find the other child. Stop Morgan before it's too late." "Finding the other child will not be easy," Seraphine warned. "He is hidden away, protected by powerful spells, but there may be a way to track him, a way to use the bond between Eris and the dragon to locate his counterpart." Eleander nodded. "We must try. For the sake of Ilaria, for the sake of the world." Seraphine agreed, and they began to prepare for the next phase of their journey. It would not be easy, and the risks were great, but they had no choice. The fate of the world rested on their shoulders. As they set out from the sanctuary, Eleander couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into a trap. Morgan was cunning, and he had likely anticipated their every move. But there was no turning back now. The journey ahead would test them in ways they could not yet imagine. But Eleander was determined to see it through. For he knew that if they failed, the world would be plunged into an age of darkness from which it might never recover. And so, with Eris by his side, and Seraphine's words of warning echoing in his mind, Eleander stepped into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Part 5. The Final Confrontation. The journey to find the other child took them across the vast, war-torn lands of Ilaria. They passed through desolate villages where the signs of battle were etched into the very earth. The people they encountered were wary, their eyes filled with fear and suspicion, for the shadow of Morgan loomed large over the land. But Eleander, Eris, and their small band of allies pressed on, driven by a sense of urgency and purpose. The closer they got to Morgan's stronghold, the more palpable the tension became. It was as if the very air was charged with anticipation, a prelude to the storm that was about to break. Finally, after weeks of travel, they reached the outskirts of Morgan's fortress, a towering structure of black stone, surrounded by jagged cliffs and swirling mists. The fortress was a place of nightmares, a citadel of darkness, where no light could penetrate. Eleander knew that this was where the final battle would take place. Morgan was waiting for them, and so was the other child, the one who had been twisted and corrupted by the sorcerer's dark magic. As they approached the gates of the fortress, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Morgan himself, his presence as menacing as ever. He was tall and gaunt, with pale skin and eyes that gleamed with a malevolent light. His voice, when he spoke, was like the hiss of a serpent. "You have come far, knight," Morgan said, his tone mocking. "But your journey ends here. Did you really think you could defeat me? That you could stop what has been set in motion for centuries?" Eleander stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "We came to stop you, Morgan. The prophecy doesn't have to end in destruction. There is still a chance for peace." Morgan's laugh echoed through the air, cold and hollow. "Peace. You speak of peace while you carry the instrument of the world's destruction in your arms. The dragon's power cannot be tamed, cannot be used for good. It is a force of chaos, and it will burn this world to ashes." Eris, standing beside Eleander, looked up at the dark sorcerer with wide eyes. His small hands clenched into fists. "I won't let you hurt anyone," he said, his voice trembling but determined. "I'll control the dragon. I'll protect everyone." Morgan's gaze shifted to the child, and for a moment, something akin to pity flickered in his eyes. "You are a fool, boy. The dragon's spirit will consume you, just as it consumed all who came before you. But perhaps you will prove useful in my plans." With a wave of his hand, Morgan summoned the other child, Eris's counterpart, the one who had been raised in darkness. The boy stepped forward, his face a mirror of Eris's, but with eyes that burned with a dark fire. He was the dragon's bane, the one destined to bring about the world's end. Eris gasped as he saw the other child, feeling an inexplicable connection to him. It was as if they were two sides of the same coin, bound together by the threads of fate. Morgan smiled, a cruel twist of his lips. You see, Eleander, this is the true power of the prophecy. Two children, two paths, one of light, one of darkness. And now they will fight to determine the world's fate. Eleander drew his sword, ready to protect Eris at all costs. This ends now, Morgan. We won't let you destroy everything. Morgan's eyes gleamed with malice. Very well, Knight. Let the final battle begin. The air crackled with energy as Morgan's dark magic clashed with the light that emanated from Eris. The two children, bound by the prophecy, faced each other across the battlefield, their powers awakening in a storm of fire and lightning. Eleander fought with all his might, his sword a blur of motion as he struck down the dark creatures that Morgan summoned. But even as he battled, his gaze kept flickering to Eris, who was locked in a fierce struggle with his dark counterpart. The ground trembled as the power of the dragon began to awaken within both children, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Flames erupted from the earth, and the sky darkened as the forces of light and darkness clashed in a cataclysmic confrontation. Eris felt the dragon's spirit rising within him, a force of raw power that threatened to consume him. But he remembered Seraphine's teachings, the lessons she had imparted during their time at the sanctuary. He focused on the warmth of the bond he shared with Eleander, the knight who had protected him since birth, and the strength of the light within him. I won't let you win, Eris whispered, his voice barely audible over the roar of the flames. I won't let this world be destroyed. The other child, the dragon's bane, snarled in response, his eyes filled with hatred and pain. You don't understand. This world is doomed, no matter what you do. The dragon's power will destroy everything. Eris shook his head, tears streaming down his face. No, it doesn't have to be that way. We can choose a different path. For a brief moment, the two children locked eyes, and something passed between them. A fleeting connection, a shared understanding of the burden they both carried. And in that moment, Eris made a decision. He reached out, not with his hands, but with his heart, extending the light within him to the other child. You don't have to be alone, Eris said softly. We can face this together. The dragon's bane hesitated, the darkness within him wavering as he felt the warmth of Eris's light. But Morgan's voice cut through the moment, sharp and commanding. No, Destroy him. Fulfill your destiny. The other child's face twisted in anguish as he fought against the conflicting forces within him. But Eris's light was stronger, more powerful than the darkness that had been forced upon his counterpart. With a final, desperate cry, the dragon's bane unleashed all his power, but instead of striking Eris, he turned it inward, seeking to destroy the darkness within himself. The ground shook as the energy released in a blinding flash of light, and for a moment, it seemed as if the world itself was coming apart. When the light faded, the battlefield was silent. The dragon's bane lay on the ground, his eyes closed, his body still. Eris knelt beside him, tears in his eyes, but he knew that his counterpart had found peace at last. Morgan screamed in fury, his plans unraveling before him. You think you've won, boy. This isn't over. But Eleander was ready. He raised his sword, the blade glowing with the power of the dragon, and with a single decisive strike, he brought it down upon Morgan. The dark sorcerer's scream echoed through the night as his form disintegrated, consumed by the very darkness he had sought to wield. The fortress began to crumble, the black stone turning to dust as the last remnants of Morgan's power faded into nothingness. Eleander rushed to Eris's side, pulling the boy into his arms as the fortress collapsed around them. It's over, he whispered, holding Eris close. It's finally over. But Eris shook his head, looking down at the still form of the other child. No, it's not over. Not yet. The dragon's power still lingered in the air, a force of immense energy that threatened to spiral out of control. Eris knew that he had to make a choice that would determine the fate of the world. He closed his eyes, focusing on the bond he shared with the dragon. It was a creature of both light and darkness, a being of immense power that could bring either salvation or destruction. But Eris understood now that the dragon was not an enemy. It was a part of him, a part of all living things. With a deep breath, Eris extended his hand, reaching out to the dragon's spirit. He felt the warmth of its presence, the raw, untamed energy that surged through him, and he knew what he had to do. I choose peace, Eris whispered, his voice steady and calm. The dragon's power responded, swirling around him in a brilliant display of light. The flames that had once threatened to consume the world were now a beacon of hope, a symbol of the choice Eris had made. As the light enveloped him, Eris felt the dragon's spirit merge with his own, becoming one with the very very essence of his being. The power that had once been a source of fear and destruction was now a force for good, a force that would protect the world for generations to come. When the light finally faded, the fortress was gone, and the sky was clear. The stars shone brightly above, and the air was filled with a sense of peace and calm that had not been felt in Ilaria for centuries. Eleander looked down at Eris, who stood beside him, his eyes glowing with the light of the dragon. The boy smiled, his face serene and content, and Eleander knew that the world was in safe hands. Together, they turned and walked away from the ruins of the fortress, leaving the past behind and stepping into a future filled with hope and possibility. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but not in the way anyone had expected. The dragon warrior had not brought destruction, but peace. A peace that would endure for all time. And so, the legend of the dragon warrior and the choice he made would be passed down through the ages, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always hope, and that the power to change the world lies within the hearts of those who choose to believe in the light. Epilogue: A New Dawn. Years had passed since the day Eris made his choice. The kingdom of Ilaria had flourished in the peace that followed, the scars of war slowly healing as the people rebuilt their lives. Eleander, now an older man, stood on the balcony of the castle, overlooking the bustling city below. The air was filled with the sounds of laughter and music, a far cry from the fear and despair that had once gripped the land. Beside him stood Eris, no longer a child, but a young man, wise beyond his years. The light of the dragon still burned within him, but it was a light that brought warmth and life, not destruction. "You did well, Eris," Eleander said, his voice filled with pride. "You brought peace to this world, just as you promised." Eris smiled, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the sun was beginning to rise. "I didn't do it alone," he replied. "You were with me every step of the way." Eleander nodded, his heart swelling with affection for the boy he had come to love as a son. "And I always will be, as long as I draw breath." As the first rays of dawn touched the land, bathing it in golden light, Eris felt a sense of peace wash over him. The future was uncertain, as it always was, but he knew that as long as there were those who believed in the light, the world would never be consumed by darkness. The dragon's spirit, once a force of fear and destruction, had become a symbol of hope and renewal, a reminder that even in the face of the greatest challenges, the power to shape the future lies within the choices we make. And so, As the sun rose on a new day, Eris and Eleander stood together, ready to face whatever the future might bring. Their hearts filled with the light of the dragon and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Welcome to our channel, dear viewers. Today, we embark on a mystical journey to the sacred mountains, where magic flows like rivers, and the essence of life intertwines with the very fabric of existence. In this tale, The War for the Sacred Mountains, we follow the valiant circle of the eternal flame as they strive to end a war that threatens to tear their world apart. Guided by wisdom, unity, and the purity of their hearts, these brave warriors confront dark forces and face trials that test their resolve and bond. As we delve into this enchanting story, we invite you to immerse yourself in the rich, poetic descriptions and profound philosophical reflections that bring this fantastical world to life. Remember to subscribe to our channel. Hit the notification bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like and comment on this video. Your support helps us continue to bring you more captivating stories. Now, find a comfortable place, put on your headphones, and let the calming narrative guide you. As you listen, allow the words to transport you to the magical landscapes of Eldoria and the sacred mountains. Let the accompanying visuals enhance your experience, drawing you deeper into this serene and mystical realm. Relax, breathe, and lose yourself in the enchanting tale that awaits. Enjoy the journey. Part 1. The Gathering Storm. In the ancient world of Eldoria, where the mountains touched the skies and the rivers ran with the essence of magic, peace was a delicate thread woven through the tapestry of existence. The sacred mountains, revered by all, held the purest sources of magic, the lifeblood of the world. These mountains were a sanctuary, a place where the very essence of life and magic intertwined in a harmonious dance. But as with all things pure and powerful, they became the focal point of desire. And thus began the war for the sacred mountains. The world was divided into 3 major factions: the Guardians of the Light, the Shadow Legion, and the nomadic tribes. Each faction, with its own ideologies and beliefs, sought to claim the mountains for their own purposes. The Guardians of the Light, protectors of peace and balance, wished to safeguard the magic for the benefit of all. The Shadow Legion, followers of a dark path, desired to harness the magic for dominion and control. The nomadic tribes, with their ancient and mystical ways, aimed to preserve the mountains in their natural state, free from the influence of either side. Our story follows a group of warriors from the Guardians of the Light, united by a common purpose: to end the war and restore peace to their world. This group, known as the Circle of the Eternal Flame, was comprised of individuals with unique abilities and profound wisdom. Each member had their own reasons for joining the cause, but they were united by their shared vision of a world where magic was a gift for all, not a tool for domination. The call to arms. The Circle of the Eternal Flame gathered in the ancient city of Luminara, a place of radiant beauty and tranquility, nestled at the foot of the sacred mountains. The city's ethereal glow was a testament to the magic that flowed through its very stones, a beacon of hope in a world overshadowed by conflict. As the sun set, casting a golden hue over the city, the circle convened in the Hall of Light, a grand structure adorned with luminous crystals and ancient runes. Eldric, the leader of the circle, stood at the center of the hall, his presence commanding yet gentle, his eyes filled with the wisdom of countless battles and the serenity of a calm heart, scanned the faces of his comrades. Among them were Aloria, a master of elemental magic; Thalor, a warrior with unmatched strength and a heart of gold; Lyra, a healer whose touch could mend both body and spirit; and Kale, a rogue with a shadowy past, but a fierce loyalty to the cause. Eldoria stands on the brink of destruction, Eldric began, his voice resonating with a melodic cadence. The sacred mountains, our source of life and magic, are now the epicenter of a war that threatens to tear our world apart. We, the Circle of the Eternal Flame, have been entrusted with the duty to protect this sacred land and restore peace. Aloria stepped forward, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the hall's torches. The Shadow Legion grows stronger each day, their dark magic seeping into the very heart of our land. We must act swiftly and decisively. Thalor's deep voice rumbled through the hall. We have the strength and the will to fight, but we must also remember the value of mercy and wisdom. Our goal is not only to defeat the Shadow Legion, but to end this war for good. Lyra's gentle voice brought a soothing calm. The people of Eldoria suffer greatly. Our mission must also be to heal the wounds of this land and its people. We cannot simply win the war. We must rebuild what has been broken Hale, ever the skeptic, leaned against a pillar, his expression thoughtful. And what of the nomadic tribes? They are neither ally nor enemy, yet they hold a stake in the mountains. How do we navigate their presence? Eldrick nodded, acknowledging the complexity of their task. We must seek to understand their ways and find common ground. Their knowledge of the mountains is unparalleled, and their intentions, though different from ours, may align with our ultimate goal. The journey begins. With their mission clear, the circle of the eternal flame set forth on their journey. They traveled through lush forests and across vast plains, their path illuminated by the light of the stars and the guidance of ancient runes. Each step brought them closer to the heart of the conflict, and with it, the realization of the enormity of their task. As they ascended the sacred mountains, the air grew thin and the magic more palpable. The mountains, ancient and majestic, seemed to whisper secrets of a time long past. It was here, amid the towering peaks and hidden valleys, that the true nature of their journey began to unfold. The circle encountered remnants of ancient civilizations, their ruins a testament to the power and beauty of the magic that once flowed freely. These encounters filled them with a sense of reverence and a renewed determination to protect what remained. They also faced the harsh realities of war, desolate landscapes scarred by battles, and villages abandoned in fear. In one such village, they met an old sage, his eyes clouded with age, but his mind sharp with the clarity of wisdom. He spoke of a prophecy, one that foretold the coming of a group of warriors who would bring an end to the war and restore balance to the world. You are the ones spoken of in the ancient texts, the sage said, his voice a mere whisper against the wind. The circle of the eternal flame. Your journey is fraught with danger, but your hearts are pure. Remember, it is not only strength and magic that will see you through, but the unity of your spirits and the wisdom of your actions. The trials ahead. As the circle of the eternal flame pressed on, they faced trials that tested their resolve and unity. They battled fierce creatures of the shadows, their forms twisted by dark magic. They navigated treacherous landscapes where the very ground seemed to shift and change, challenging their every step. Through it all, they relied on each other, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. In the heart of the mountains, they discovered an ancient temple walls adorned with intricate carvings and runes that pulsed with a faint, ethereal light. It was here that they encountered the spirits of the ancients, guardians of the sacred magic. These spirits, neither fully alive nor dead, held the knowledge of the mountains and the key to ending the war. The spirits spoke in riddles and visions, revealing glimpses of the past and the future. They showed the circle the true nature of the magic within the mountains, a force that could either heal or destroy, depending on the intent of those who wielded it. Eldrick, with his profound wisdom, sought to understand the deeper meaning of the visions. He realized that the war was not just a battle for control, but a struggle for the very soul of Eldoria. The magic of the mountains was a reflection of the world's balance, and it was their duty to ensure that balance was maintained. The final battle. Armed with this knowledge, the circle of the eternal flame prepared for the final battle against the Shadow Legion. They knew that victory would not come through brute force alone, but through the unity of their spirits and the purity of their intentions. As they stood at the edge of the battlefield, the air thick with tension and the scent of impending conflict, Eldrick spoke to his comrades one last time. Remember, our strength lies not only in our magic and our weapons, but in our hearts and our unity. We fight not for power, but for peace. Let this be the light that guides us through the darkness. The battle was fierce and relentless, a clash of light and shadow that shook the very foundations of the mountains. The circle fought with all their might, their actions a testament to their courage and resolve. They faced the Shadow Legion's dark sorcery, their enemies' forms shifting and writhing in the gloom. In the midst of the chaos, Eldrick and his companions drew upon the ancient magic of the mountains, their combined strength creating a barrier of light that repelled the darkness. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated power, a testament to the unity of their spirits and the purity of their cause. As the Shadow Legion retreated, their dark magic dissipating like mist before the dawn, the circle of the eternal flame stood victorious. The sacred mountains, once again bathed in the radiant glow of pure magic, stood as a beacon of hope and a testament to the power of unity and wisdom. The aftermath. With the war finally over, the circle of the eternal flame turned their attention to healing the wounds of their world. They worked tirelessly to restore the land and its people, their efforts guided by the wisdom they had gained through their journey. The sacred mountains, now protected by a new generation of guardians, became a symbol of peace and balance. Eldrick, Iloria, Thaler, Lyra, and Kale, their bond unbreakable, continued to serve as protectors of Eldoria, their hearts filled with the knowledge that they had fulfilled their destiny. The prophecy had been realized, and the world, though scarred by conflict, was now on a path to healing and renewal. In the end, it was not just the power of magic that had won the day, but the strength of unity, wisdom, and the purity of their hearts. The sacred mountains stood as a testament to the enduring power of hope and the promise of a brighter future. Epilogue. As the sun set over the sacred mountains, casting a golden glow across the land, Eldrick stood at the peak, gazing out at the world he had fought to protect. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of new beginnings and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. In his heart, Eldrick knew that the journey of the circle of the eternal flame was far from over. There would always be new challenges to face, new battles to fight, and new lessons to learn. But with the wisdom they had gained and the unity they had forged, they would face whatever the future held with courage and hope. The sacred mountains, bathed in the light of the setting sun, stood as a beacon of peace and a reminder of the power of unity and wisdom. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Eldrick felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that the legacy of the circle of the eternal flame would endure for generations to come. Welcome, dear viewers, to a journey like no other. Today, we delve into the mystical world of Eldoria, where ancient prophecies whisper of a dark power threatening to engulf the realms in eternal shadow. Our tale, Guardians of the Magic Throne, follows a band of brave heroes: Thrain, Lyra, Zara, Aloria, and Arik, drawn from diverse lands, united by fate, and bound by their mission to protect the legendary magic throne. Together, they face formidable challenges, traverse treacherous landscapes, and confront an unimaginable evil to restore hope and light to their world. Before we embark on this epic adventure, we kindly remind you to subscribe to our channel and activate the notification bell to stay updated with our latest stories. Your support through likes, comments, and shares helps us bring more enchanting tales to life. Now, sit back, relax, and immerse yourself in the poetic and surreal narrative that awaits. put on your headphones. Let the soothing words and vivid imagery transport you to the heart of Eldoria. Feel the magic, the suspense, and the unity of the guardians as you lose yourself in this captivating saga. Enjoy the visual journey and allow the story to unfold before your eyes, drawing you deeper into the enchanting world of the Magic Throne. Guardians of the Magic Throne, Part 1. The Prophecy Unveiled. In the heart of the ancient forest of Eldoria, beneath the eternal canopy of whispering leaves, lay the hidden sanctuary of the oracles. The sanctuary, bathed in the luminescence of moonlit streams and adorned with the ethereal glow of bioluminescent flora, had been the cradle of prophecies since time immemorial. It was here that the oracles, the ageless seers of destiny, guarded the ancient tomes of knowledge. The air was thick with anticipation as the Oracle of Light, Ilaria, her silver hair flowing like liquid starlight, stood before the gathered assembly of Eldoria's wisest. Her voice, soft yet resonant, filled the sanctuary as she began to recite the prophecy inscribed in the oldest tome, the Chronicle of Eons. In the twilight of the waning era, when shadows darken the realms of light, a force, unseen yet felt in terror, shall rise to claim the ancient right. From worlds apart, the chosen few, bound by fate, their paths entwined, shall heed the call the darkness slew, with hearts as one, the light aligned. By the magic throne, their souls shall stand, guardians of hope, to cleanse the land. The words hung in the air, echoing through the hearts of those present. The ancient prophecy foretold the return of a dark power, an entity of malevolent force that threatened to plunge the world into chaos and despair. It spoke of the magic throne, a legendary artifact of immense power, said to be the last bastion against the encroaching darkness. Part 2. The Gathering of the Guardians. In the distant mountains of Khazad, a land of towering peaks and ancient stone fortresses, the dwarves received the call. Thrain, the stout-hearted and fierce warrior, was chosen to represent his people. His hammer, Mjoln, had cleaved through many foes, and his spirit was unyielding as the mountains he called home. In the verdant forests of Lothlorien, the elves gathered beneath the sacred tree, Aelena. Lyra, the elf, with eyes like emerald pools and the grace of a moonlit deer, was selected to join the quest. Her bow, Arwen's whisper had never missed its mark, and her wisdom was as deep as the ancient woods. From the fiery deserts of Sephiria, where the sun blazed fiercely and the sands whispered secrets of old, came Zara, the swift and agile rogue. Her daggers, gleaming with the light of the desert sun, were as deadly as her wit. The nomads of Sephiria had taught her the art of survival, and her cunning was unmatched. In the mystical land of Avalon, where magic flowed like rivers and the air was thick with enchantment, Aloria, the mage of unparalleled power, prepared for the journey. Her staff, the crystal of eternity, pulsed with ancient magic, and her knowledge of the arcane was unrivaled. Lastly, from the human kingdoms, where valor and honor were held above all, came Arik, the noble knight. His sword, Valor's edge, gleamed with an inner light, and his heart was as steadfast as his oath to protect the realm. Part 3. The journey begins. The Guardians met at the nexus of worlds, a place where the boundaries between realms blurred and magic was at its most potent. The nexus was a marvel of shimmering energies and ethereal beauty, with pathways leading to the various realms converging at a single point. The air crackled with potential, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to hum with life. They stood in a circle, the weight of their responsibility heavy upon them. Ilaria appeared before them, her presence a beacon of hope amidst the uncertainty. "You are the chosen guardians," she intoned, her voice a soothing melody. "The magic throne must be protected, for it is the heart of our world's hope. You must journey through the realms, face the trials that await, and unite your strengths to vanquish the darkness." With Ilaria's blessing, the Guardians embarked on their quest. Each realm they traveled through was a tapestry of wonders and dangers. In the crystalline caves of Nyrith, they faced the ice wraiths, spectral beings born of the frozen depths. The air was frigid, each breath a visible mist, as they battled the wraiths with fire and steel. In the marshlands of Tethys, where the very ground seemed to pulse with malevolent life, they confronted the swamp serpent, a colossal beast whose scales glistened with poisonous sludge. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the murky waters hid countless threats. Yet, with courage and teamwork, they emerged victorious. Part 4. The Bonds of Unity. As they journeyed, the Guardians grew closer, their disparate backgrounds melding into a cohesive unit. Thrain and Lyra, though initially wary of each other, found common ground in their love for nature's beauty, be it the grandeur of mountains or the serenity of forests. Zara and Aloria, opposites in many ways, shared stories of their homes under the starlit skies, finding kinship in their mutual admiration for the night's mysteries. Arik, the steadfast leader, became the glue that held them together, his unwavering resolve inspiring his companions. His dreams were often troubled by visions of the impending darkness, yet he found solace in the presence of his fellow guardians. Together, they were stronger, their unity a shield against the encroaching shadows. Part 5. The Dark Realm. Their journey brought them to the threshold of the Dark Realm, a desolate wasteland where the very air seemed to whisper of despair. The sky was a perpetually stormy canvas, streaked with flashes of eerie green lightning. The ground was barren, cracked, and lifeless, save for the twisted remnants of once mighty trees that now stood as silent sentinels of doom. At the heart of this forsaken land stood the dark fortress, a monolithic structure of obsidian and shadow, pulsing with an ominous energy. It was here that the dark power sought to reclaim its dominion, and it was here that the Guardians would make their final stand. Part 6. The Battle for the Throne. The battle that ensued was a symphony of chaos and valor. The Guardians faced the Dark Lord, a towering figure wreathed in darkness, his eyes burning with malevolence. He wielded the Shadow Blade, a weapon forged in the abyss, its very touch capable of sapping the light from the bravest of souls. Thrain's hammer clashed with the Shadow Blade, each strike resonating like thunder. Lyra's arrows flew true, each one a beacon of light piercing the darkness. Zara's daggers danced through the air, their swift movements a blur of silver and shadow. Aloria's magic crackled and sparked, a dazzling display of arcane power that lit up the battlefield. Arik, his heart filled with the determination to protect his world, faced the Dark Lord with unyielding courage. The clash of their swords was a dance of light and dark, each strike a testament to the strength of their convictions. Part 7. The light prevails. In the end, it was the unity of the Guardians that turned the tide. Drawing upon the strength of their bond, they combined their powers in a final, decisive strike. Aloria's magic enveloped Arik's sword, Thrain's hammer, Lyra's arrows, and Zara's daggers, imbuing them with the essence of light. With a roar of defiance, Arik delivered the final blow, his sword piercing the heart of the Dark Lord. A blinding flash of light erupted, and the darkness was vanquished, its power dissipating into nothingness. The dark fortress crumbled, the oppressive atmosphere lifting to reveal a sky of clear blue. The guardians stood victorious, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had saved their world from the brink of destruction. Epilogue: The Guardian's Legacy. Returning to the nexus of worlds, the Guardians were greeted by Ilaria and the oracles. The magic throne, once threatened by darkness, now stood as a symbol of hope and unity. The prophecy had been fulfilled, not through the might of a single hero, but through the strength of many, united in purpose and spirit. Ilaria's voice, filled with pride and gratitude, echoed through the sanctuary. You have done more than protect the throne. You have shown that unity, courage, and hope can overcome even the greatest of evils. The legacy of the Guardians shall be remembered for all time. And so, the Guardians returned to their realms, forever bound by the bond they had forged. The tales of their bravery spread across the lands, inspiring generations to come. The world of Eldoria now basked in the light of hope, flourished under the watchful eyes of the magic throne. The prophecy, once a harbinger of doom, had become a testament to the enduring power of unity and the indomitable spirit of the Guardians. And in the hearts of all who heard their story, the light of hope shone ever brighter, a beacon against the darkness that would forever guide their path.